All right, everybody. I forgot to press the live button, and I've been talking to myself the entire time. So that was a Timu move on my part. All right, I wondered what was going on here. So yeah, for those that were like waiting here, that was silly of me. I did that one time before. Okay, so I'm actually here now. I have to start all over. All right. So hope everybody's having a good day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever y'all are. And now we'll be getting right into this. All right. So there's a lot of missing scientists, and so we're going to talk about that. At least 11 scientists, researchers, and defense experts with ties to sensitive aerospace nuclear programs have reportedly died or disappeared since 2022. The string of cases purported a federal investigation by the FBI and House Oversight Committee. Lawmakers seek to determine if there is connection between individuals. While many of these cases involve individuals with connections to NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Los Alamos National Laboratory, authorities have not yet confirmed a definitive link. William Neal McCasland, retired Air Force Major General, ex-head of Air Force Research Lab, missing since February 27, 2026. Monica Jacinto Reza, aerospace engineer and director of materials processing at NASA JPL, missing since June 22, 2025. Carl Gilmeyer, Caltech aerospace worker on NASA Space Telescope projects, deceased February 16, 2026, shot at his home. Nuno Loririo, MIT professor and director of plasma science and fusion center, deceased December 16, 2025, shot at his home. Jason Thomas, pharmaceutical researcher at Navatris, deceased March 17, 2026, found in a lake. So two of them were found shot. One was found in a lake. And Joshua LeBlanc, NASA nuclear propulsion engineer, deceased June 22, 2025, car crash. David Michael Hicks, NASA JPL research scientist, deceased, cause undisclosed. Frank Mywald, principal researcher at NASA JPL, deceased July 4, 2024, cause undisclosed. Stephen Abel Garcia, contractor for the Kansas City National Security Campus, missing since August 28, 2025. Melissa Cassius, med assistant at Los Alamos National Lab, missing since June 26, 2025. Anthony Chavez, former employee of at Los Alamos National Laboratory, missing since May 4, 2025. Amy Eskridge, anti-gravity research founder of Institute of Exotic Sciences. Deceased 11 of June 2022, ruled self-deletion. The White House and FBI launched a holistic review or link analysis on April 2026 after public interest in congressional inquiries testified. Theories. Online discussions have frequently linked the cause to sensitive topics like UAPs, UFOs, nuclear secrets, and advanced energy research. Now, there's official stances. The local authorities in several jurisdictions have attributed individual deaths to unrelated causes such as carjacking, Grillmeyer, or unrelated campus shooting. Lorario, however, federal investigators are checking for broader patterns due to high density expert critical technology. Hello, Mermaid. All right, so earlier with the case, they ended for the day, and what happened next was, they'll continue Monday. So with the case on Monday today, not Friday today, they were showing these different witnesses that knew him growing up, like teachers, and there's a I call it teacher, but technically, and another situation that happened was you had scientists come on the stream, and he's like a professor, like in some a cliche professor that would be in some classroom, and they were trying to explain about his him being autistic and the way his brain. The dude had a whole brain on the stream, and he was talking about how his brain works. Oh, hello Noah, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so they're having showing his brain on the stream, not the brain, but a figure of a brain to explain like autism and ADHD. But okay, Mermaid, yeah, it's a very a creepy case, and but I'll tell you this, Mermaid, is that people that do crimes like that, autistic people are known to be very creative, very compassionate, and they're the opposite of someone that is like a psychopath. And I think that the defendant is very manipulative. He was very crafted and good at tricking, using social skills to trick people. So it's a shame that they're putting him in the autistic category, because if he was or he wasn't, autistic people don't do stuff like that. But he was a, it was really disgusting about these witnesses, because they're trying to talk about his brain and talk about how his development and all, but people know at the end of the day. Oh no, okay, you're sick. Well, uh, prayers and thoughts for you getting better soon. I've been sick before as well. It can be cringe. Thank you for updating me on what's going on. Right, Mermaid said that case infuriated me because Measure was so vile because she was only right and cried, well, and went to exactly, Mermaid. I completely agree with you. Oh, hello, Shecky. It's been a while since I've seen you. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, Mermaid. That is exactly correct about how people, uh, you'll never forget about that video that was shown about how what he did, the defendant did. It's horrid that he would do that, and they're trying to say that he had a break from reality. And a lot of times, remember, these people will talk about a a personality, like a separate personality, that doesn't exist. But it's really them that did it. And Mermaid said, "Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that?" And got cried while praying for. Yeah, Amen, Mermaid. I am as well. Because oh yeah, Mermaid. I don't recommend it. It's very cowardly and evil. And Mermaid, explain to you how this works. So these people will have like a thing about it, like a predator, like in the wild, and some kind. But of course, not comparing animals to people like this, because animals are just doing their thing. But it's like that, or like say like a shark going after something, and they're compulsive, and they have a these sick desires that they keep on craving until a point where the dam breaks, and they just do what they do, and they don't have a consciousness, or they don't have remorse, regret, and they're very manipulative and condescending to get what they want, and that is how it works. So, um, it's quite the opposite of someone that would be autistic. They're two opposite things, and they always blame an entity or a separate person inside of them that did it, and it wasn't really them. Or like they're like a superhero that has a dark side, but there's a point where they realize the only person that did it was them, and that is a realization that not many of them actually ever understand. Yeah, that is extremely disturbing, Mermaid, and I definitely appreciate your prayers about the situation, also, and that's very creepy too. What you're saying. It said, therefore, inmates will find out and make a name for himself. Yes, yes. Well, definitely the good thing is about the inmates is the inmates will take care of that situation, like what they're doing with Coburger. They're taking care of that guy good. So, so that is true. Unless he's hidden, is he's sequestered somewhere, that is a positive thing that the inmates will do their justice. So today, they had Timu witnesses that were talking about this dude had a model of the brain, and he was pointing at it, and he had his suit on. It was some, I don't know, like a classroom you'd see in some movie or a TV show. It was this, and he was pointing at it, and he was talking about it, and he kept on being, you know, cringe. And this other guy showed a whole diagram of brain scans of the dude, and showing how the brain is different than the other people. And this teacher was saying he shouldn't have been alone when he was on his trip, but it's like the way these people work is they're going to find a way to be alone, do what they want to do. So, yeah, appreciate your prayers with the situation. It's very disturbing, and one of the most disturbing ones that I've seen in a while. And a lot of people do not like these trials, the ones that have to do with this. So that was what happened today. There's witnesses that were talking about, his upbringing, the autism and ADHD thing. But as I said, people that have those disorders are not likely to do things like this. People that have antisocial personalities are more likely to do stuff like this. You know, so that is just an embarrassment, and I'm sure that I trust the jury will make the right decision. But remember, Mermaid, your prayers is important, and it's also Texas, so he's likely going to be zapped. So it'll likely be finished. He'll be he's toast. Yeah, and anything can happen to anybody anywhere. That's why it's watch yourself and the people you care about very closely, because there's these crazy people out there. There's also the Fulio trial. He was a rapper that was murdered, and they're going after people that did the murder. That's another one that's going on. Oh, hello, Anna. It's great to see you. It's been a while. Anna said, "Hi all. Can't believe Color Brain dude got 4K. Even some was for scans. Taxpayers are paying. They don't have the money." Yeah. Well, I didn't know that factor, and I think that I knew he had the brain scans. I didn't know how much it costed. Yeah, it's completely disgusting that all the taxpayer money is going to this. It's completely horrendous, and that this took place, that he got all this special treatment, and no Folio Fridays. Yeah, it's a no Folio Friday. Yeah, so does he get the cat scans and he gets taken care of like he's this, like a delicacy? I'm sure, as I was saying earlier, that it definitely feeds his ego. It definitely feeds what he wants to do. It's completely disgusting, absolutely. Because like, I definitely think the verdict's gonna be guilty. And when I saw that they did CAT scans of the man and all they went through, that just shows he's guilty, actually, because not innocent. But Mermaid, I can't fathom it either because it's so bizarre that they're missing so much in their mind. Anything the brain scan shows that he has the antisocial personality disorder. They can try to flip it around however they want to flip it around. See, David and others hacked up their victims' left and eyes missing and limbs off, and yeah, all that yeah, exactly. They want attention. They want to feel special, and that is the whole thing about it. Is that they want to feel powerful. That's another thing. They want to feel powerful and like they have ultimate control, but in reality they lose everything. They have no control. Exactly, Mermaid. That is good. They make themselves look terrible because it actually helps the state convict them. And I try to imagine this: how can you hack someone up in days, and it's only difficult as you'll be rancid and horrifying. Yeah, exactly. This satanic sacrifice for fame. Yeah, because when people will do these, they'll sacrifice, you know, go for Satan and do satanic sacrifices for themselves, for fame and for their own pleasure, just like what the elites do, like what Epstein people did. The same things that they do, and they will chop up people and do all that messed up things, and they made themselves look bad, and that's why the defense trying to make themselves look better actually makes themselves look worse because they have to do all these CAT scans and go through all these things to get the Timu professor with his brain thing. All that's just going to make it look even worse. So yeah, it'll be easy for the jury and all to see what happens. Okay, Anna, understood. Brent said, "I more than likely couldn't do it, animal up well and eat it. I just can't believe people do that." I know, Mermaid, and the thing is that beside, so the two elements is that they have a compulsion, an addiction, and a dark desire mixed with a lack of empathy or remorse. And they think they could get away with anything, and they think they're invincible. So that's just, it's a combination we cannot understand. Absolutely, and I agree. Right? And yeah, so the the dude, is very graphic. The dude was extremely insane, and I think he was extremely sane in general. So the reason why I say that is because he knew what he was doing. Because they try to do this thing, Mermaid, where they say they had a mental break from reality, and it wasn't really them doing it, and they were sitting powerless in the uh, co-pilot seat watching all this unfold, but it wasn't really them doing it. And it says, "Where's Av?" Oh, here. Aaron is. Well, one thing is, it's very late right now. I usually go live a little bit earlier, but and Moki was here earlier. Of when I did the other thing, maybe she'll stop by if she's able to. But Moki's all good, and Aaron's she's uh, seeing family and stuff. That's what Aaron's doing. And Abby has not been around lately, but she's doing okay. Well, Abby won, technically it's called. Right said, I watched most of his interrogation, so I had stopped because of details. Yeah, yeah. Also, like, yeah, and he calls the other person inside of him Zero. That this thing called Zero did all of it, but it wasn't him. And the other other killers say they had an entity. They called it an entity, but that's why it's really disturbing because it's like they have this split personality. A lot of times they try to say they have multiple personality disorder and stuff like that. I just think it's utterly cringe. Absolutely. Yeah, Mermaid. It's extremely disturbing about that. Absolutely. She Because in these circumstances, you have these people who put so much fear into somebody, and they try to act like tough because they want to be feel powerful. And yeah, it's really horrendous and infuriating that they would do this. It's like he doesn't do it to like some big black dude or a big guy of any race. He does it to someone like that. It's a very cowardly move. They usually want to go after somebody that can't really defend themselves. He's also a pedophile. So that's another factor that in the trial they're not really saying a lot often is that he wasn't just deleting anybody; he was deleting a young person, which is really really disturbing. Yeah, mermaid, exactly. Very good point. It said inmates will be enraged, and there will be big dudes. I hope over him because he liked to make her around. Yes, yes, exactly around. Yes, and there's been stories. Usually, they put them in a protective custody, and he most likely will be on death row. But yeah, there's been cases of these inmates that did things to kids that they were, you know, completely tormented, and it's good by these people, like in the prisons. They really got them good. Like they will be good at doing that. And even with Brian Koberger is another one that they were able to get him to, and they harass him as well. So there is, positive things that they will handle him. Yeah, and Mermaid, because they want to have. Yes, exactly, Shaggy. And, one thing they do is that you have enablers, right? So people that are parents and people that are close to them sometimes will enable them. It'll like this a teacher's assistant was saying he should have not been alone in the vehicle by himself, but I mean he was going to do it at some point. And enabling it's those are another victims, people that want to enable them and feel bad for them, and the families and the friends and people that like cared about them are other victims too because they were tricked into being cool with him and supporting him. Right. Ryan said there was an old case woman inmates Giro who was tormented as baby deleted, but they got the mom, and the story is so good. It's one video. The story is. Ah, okay, good. Okay, good. Well, glad that she had to pay the piper because that's what these people do. They will when they have to go pay the piper. They act all shocked like they're snapping out of a trance. Oh, hello, Zero. Uh, pull the prank of putting an empty toilet roll down the ejector. Okay, that was one of the. There was a guest of mine from planet Serpo that's a known to be a clown. So it was him that did it because I heard about that Zero. I thought it was a rumor, but I hear what you're saying. And there's this one of the aliens is from Serpo, and he's known to be a prankster. And we corrected him so he doesn't do that again. But that's who it was. It took me a little while to figure out who it was, but it was him. He's an Ebian. Yeah. Oh, oh, thanks, Mark. Thanks, Mark. That's cool. It's great to see you too. And Gerald. Right. Mermaid said the mother was planned on by a group of inmates to hop on during coffee time because that's when they get their hot water. They jumped her and slashed her open and threw the boiling water. Yeah, but that's perfectly fine. You almost thought it was a feminine product. Oh, Lord. Yeah, well, a Ebian 2-4 is very clever at doing pranks. Okay, he's very known for doing his pranks. And Zero, I have the Discord. If you look at my posts, I put the Discord link there for you and the others. Yeah, so Mermaid, I heard another incident of a dude that was a pedophile, and they got this chemical and put it on him and put him under a boiling shower. So that's similar to an event that I heard about. All right. He stuffed the roll of toilet paper and shoved it into the ejector. Oh, he did it in the ejector too. Oh, well, he has to go back to respectfully has to go back to his planet for now. His prank went too harsh. I didn't know much about his past of being a prankster until the Serpo delegation told me. I mean, I should have looked into it sooner. But yeah, that definitely was quite a day for you, Zero. Yeah. Murray said, "Alien, did you hear about Wade Wilson's beating story in jail? It's very real because he lost his two front teeth." Oh yeah, yeah. So Wade Wilson, he he lost his two front teeth, and he got into a fight, I think, with the Brotherhood, and they wouldn't beat him up. And now Wade Wilson is out of shape, and he looks like a Timu sausage that got rotten and bloated. And well, Mermaid, we are talking about these different cases. So that's what we're doing at the moment. Yeah, prison justice. Yeah, Raccoon, tell me about the update. Sure. Yeah, and yeah, so tonight we're gonna have some prison justice. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he looks like Woody. Yeah, Karma's hilarious. Anna say she knows about PJ already. Scared. All right. So while strict row confinement generally inmates interactions, there have been several reported violence or near death or near violence targeted by gangs. Unverified reports from January 2026 suggest Wilson had been targeted by prison gangs, possibly due to his facial tattoos and lack of formal affiliation with certain groups. Hello, Misty. Welcome to the stream, friend. Yeah. So, and the thing, oh, and the thing, Wilson's prison calls are extremely, you know, wild. Like he he tries to act all tough, but he talks about the cringe he does in the prison. So yeah, and he had a bunch of admirers, and the information never got out to him because you have people all over the world that were messaging him and saying like "Freeway Wilson" and stuff like that, and a lot of the messages never even went to him. Oh, okay, Misty, understood. Well, um, we are glad to have you here as we are chilling on the ship. And may these two suns behind me brighten your day, your night. Okay, enormous amount of USSF, USAF intel deployed this week, and no one knows why. Okay, gotcha. And Mermaid said those calls are crazy, especially the the gay ones where he be calling the old dude baby. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. He he did that in prison with the some of the old gay dudes. Yeah, hmm and other ones about him getting beat up. Hilarious. Exactly, Mark. He acts tough, but he drops the soap on purpose. Yeah. And like I said, Jumpsuit Pablo had all of these WWE calls a while ago. Yes. All right. And Misty says, just want someone to play with me, but my brother plays with his friends instead of me. Well, yeah, your brother certainly should give you more company, I think. And this, something to remember is that we don't always. Sometimes no company is better than bad company, and the the happiness doesn't come from an external source. It can come from within. And we are here for you. And but I understand. I do agree that that is a messed up situation. All right, Raccoon says so. Something is going on in space now involving Middle East. I got to. Who guys coming? Oh, okay, Raccoon. Well, thank you for the updates. Okay. And Raid said, at least as long as I couldn't take anymore. Yeah. All right. Report and altercation threats. Death threats. On May 2025, reports emerged that follow the death row inmates, including his former cellmate, had reportedly threatened his life. His supporters, named Daniel Craven and Peter AV, specifically individuals who posted direct threat to his safety. Wilson has placed in disciplinary confinement for various infractions, including become becoming highly agitated and aggressive during staff interviews and damaging prison issued tablets. Yes, Raccoon, we agree with you. The chat agrees with you about the aliens. They are quite uh, scared. Scared. Yes, Mark, exactly. Right. Let's see. Hello, Star. Welcome to the stream. Oh, hello, Moki. Oh, nice to see you again. Yeah, Moki, we were talking about that case earlier with the and right now we're making commentary about it. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. I appreciate it. All right, Raccoon says I actually talked to the kid's mom about talking to UFO stuff online, and she said, "Get off your chest. This is classified." Okay, well, you're welcome here to talk about it as much as you want. Oh, okay, Noah. I'm glad you had fun with your game. Yeah, boo, Moki. Yeah, boo. Yeah. Okay, feel like oh, Misty. Um, the one who can and can't are both correct, and I definitely think that you are a somebody. Indeed, very important because it doesn't come from based on external things or circumstances. Think about rain, right? You can't always stop rain and things from happening, but your internal core, no matter what you feel or what happens, you are one of a kind. Yeah, nobody is a nobody. Facts. No, it's not. It's not Abby one or Abby two. No, it's our one of our new viewers. And Raccoon, you are in a perfect place to talk about it. I also have the call-in show feature. It's not on right now, but I do. If in one of these shows, you can call in to the show, and we could talk about it if you wanted to, in like a call, on here. But yeah, you could tell me everything you want about it. It won't. I'm all ears, and I want to know your knowledge and your wisdom about it. Just get it all off your chest. Yeah, and there's several conflicting reports of Wade Wilson missing his broken teeth, ranging from pre-incarceration injury and related to health issues and violence. Yeah, we have a variety of different ages on the spaceship that come here. And testimony reports suggest that Wilson's teeth were initially damaged during his 2019 crime spree, but he got his teeth knocked out from a prison fight though. And oh, Diane Ruse reportedly fought back during her attack, essentially kicking or striking him in the mouth. Wilson himself allegedly admitted, "Yes, Noah is from the Garden Live. Yes, raccoon, absolutely, absolutely raccoon. Because I see they seem to like the garden. They like the alien stuff, and they like the looking at the different plants that we have. It's I'm glad they like it. So and the community is pretty cool. So we just attract all ages here, which is it's cool. And oh, I see. A friend who was in Utah was at the game, so I'm sure she had a great time. So good for them. Yeah, Smokey. Yeah, good for them. Yeah. Oh, okay, understood, Misty. Right. Well, and there are some trolls there, but there are cool people there too as well. Prison violence. The social media reports. Oh, okay, raccoon. Utah just got deployed to sand. Okay, I see. Social media reports, rumors, some citing his father claimed that Wilson had his teeth knocked out, but another inmate while in custody while his faced significant threats and isolation on death row. Official confirmed a specific fight resulting in tooth loss is immediate. Yeah, and there's last night there was some dude that was telling me I need to get a psychiatric checked, and everyone else in my chat needs to get a mental check because I'm this crazy person convincing people about fairies and aliens. And I just and chat and I roasted them. So yeah, they got some interesting characters on there, but there's also really cool people too. But you are correct, Anna. There's lots of weird stuff going on. Yeah, that's true. That's true. For me, and you are correct, Anna. There is lots of weird stuff that you know people have come through the chats, but we have to filter out the Timu from the cool chatters. The person's name was Sun, like Sun. Yeah, that's and it had a picture of an Indian dude. I don't know if the person was really Indian or not, but that was it was Sun Man, and he had like a stupid picture, and he was saying I'm this crazy person convincing all these people these things. Like I got people on my streams that are from the all different religions, all different parts of the world, and I get along with everybody. So I remember I told him he wishes he was me. That's what I told him, and you know I complimented my chat because I said the spaceship has a bunch of models and very intelligent gentlemen that want to talk about these philosophical concepts. And you know, he was just kept on barking. Right. Aliens are real. I can't wait for a general public accept that it's not crazy, and it's much darker than just aliens have been here. Yeah, I agree, Murray. And said, I got psychiatrists every week, VA, and say I'm not only one. Take it, leave it. That is true, mermaid. Oh, and also Misty understood. And as I said, I don't think your brother is against you. And you know, Chat and I are think you're cool people. And I remember we talked about the raccoons and the different things outside the garden stuff. So I it's very sometimes there could be like I don't think it's anything personal against you though. You're cool people. What the saying is that this too shall pass. And Mermaid said, "I barely hit 200 for 8 months. You have a thousand. You have a couple of thousand. It's hard to get there. Like they all are small accounts." Yeah, and see, Mermaid is explaining to me that the accomplishment that I made over time, and Mermaid is just starting out, and I appreciate uh, her and Moki both of their encouragement. Moki said I've been in this longer you know than usual, and yeah. So Moki's right that I've been in it longer than Mermaid, and Mermaid is also right that a lot of these smaller accounts and these people may try to attack me because they feel bad about themselves. Because everybody expresses themselves differently. So yeah, and the streams usually get about 1,000 to nearly 3,000 people, and that's just crazy. When I go in this room and I'll see 2,000 something. I remember here with the beginning with the originals and peace be upon them, and there was this, you know, looking at the clock going up. And just that's numbers that blow my mind. Definitely. Or there's like a few people now. There's a whole bunch of people. Oh, okay. He said, "Shout out to Big Brother R is real. I'm scared." Thanks, more. And and Ogie said, "Some people just have fun trolling, and I liked I like a good troll like Frog, but not someone who attacks people personally. If that makes sense." Oh, I agree, Moki. And she said she could play with her boyfriend. Yeah. Okay. Well, that is cool that you. It's cool you have him, Misty. Yeah. And I don't think he means anything personal about it. And like you said, we could be being trolled right now. Right. Yeah, that's possible too. Weird. Yeah, and definitely there are people out there that do it for fun. There are people that do it to be mean. People that have fun with it. Yeah, there's a variety of different reasons people do it. Yamoki said that we are up to 15 scientists. Right. Ogi said with the thinking we might be being trolled, just erring on the side of caution. Oh, understood. Understood. Definitely. Yeah, definitely raccoon. Nightmares do suck. Oh, you're more worried about Zuckerberg. R. Yeah. Yeah. He definitely says that he is not human. Right. Yeah, Zuckerberg is a lizard, right? Right. My mother-in-law went on. Oh, that is good, Misty. That's good. And Moki says my mother-in-law went on Reddit, and she said there are posts from all over the world about scientists going missing. Yeah, Moki, I think that with the scientists being missing, it is. I'm glad that it's getting global attention because it's something very serious. That whoever syndicate or crime organization or government or whatever is having these people deleted is something very concerning. Yeah, I mean, the deep state or one world order is cleaning the house. It's all about free energy, in my opinion. Right. Now there is a crop circle that was created that was written in binary from a group of aliens claiming that the free energy thing is actually a deception from bad aliens and they would control our entire system. That wouldn't be good. So there's a theory that some aliens don't want us to have the technology because they're not really for our best interest, like kind of like a Trojan horse. But I do also agree that there's this thing with the the bigger picture of you know the full picture here is that the energy that they have would give everybody free unlimited energy and the entire economy and the entire system would be flipped upside down. So that is something I think frightens them very much because I think they're trying to censor the free energy and other healing technologies that the aliens may possess. Mark said, "Speaking of lizards, where's Ofra getting plastic surgery? I think she is okay as Owens now. Okay, yeah, definitely. Oprah's a lizard, and she is getting it from all the adrenochrome that she's harvesting from Epstein. Right, completely bizarre like experience without asking for them. So, yeah. So I do agree with you, Mermaid. I mean, Moki, about the there's free technology. I believe healing devices, all kinds of things that they have that they don't want us to know about. Yeah, with the UFPs, UFOs. And Mermaid said, "I heard there's nasty component in Ozempic that have. I heard about it. It's some kind of special venom reptiles in it." Okay, let's dive into this rabbit hole right here. Ozempic. Okay, let's see. Now, okay, so Ozempic does not have actual reptile venom, but the development was historically inspired by a component found in the saliva of the Gilia monster. A venomous lizard native to southwestern U.S. and Mexico. The lizard venom connection. Oh, Loki said she's not a reptile yet. Scared. Scientific inspiration. In 1990s, researchers discovered the Gilia monster venom containing a protein called the XDN negative 4. This protein mimics the human hormone GPL 1. Hello, Ralph. We are talking about conspiracy theories and a variety of different things and rabbit holes. All right. All right. Scientific inspiration. In 1990s, research discovered by the Gilia monster venom contains a protein called extendin negative 4. This protein mimics the human hormone GPL 1, regulates blood and sugar appetite. All right. Key advantages: unlike natural human GLP-1, which breaks down to the Gilead monster's version remains active in the body for hours. This discovery proved that a long-lasting version of the hormone could be used as a treatment. Evolution of the drug. The first drug in this class, Xtinide Phytia, was the synthetic version of the lizard protein. However, the newer drug like Ozempic have evolved further. They are engineered to be 94% identical to the human GLP negative 1 rather than the lizard version. The GLP one, okay, gotcha. Okay. We'll look into that. The Ozempic is the Ozempic is a full synthetic pharmaceutical product manufactured using the re- recombinant DNA technology in yeast cells. It contains no animal delivered ingredients or toxins. Okay, it was way more intense in real life. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. So I'll look forward to hearing your take about it. All right, good to see you, Lori, as well. Yeah. Let's see. The seeing uh Gallitude, the active synthetic hormone, the buffers and preservations, such as disodium phosphate hydrophate, and phenomenal to keep the medication stable and sterile. Oh, thank you, Moki, for the link. But shout out to the little raccoons. Yeah, they are amazing. Yeah, that is true, Moki. Okay, so let's. I'll go into GLP-1, and if Lori, if I didn't tell you something, hello, Lori. It's great to see you. GLP-1 is a natural hormone produced in your small intestine that acts as primarily a regulator for blood sugar and appetite. While your body releases it naturally after you eat pharmaceutical versions like Ozempic and Wegovy amplifies its effective effects to treat type 2 diabetes and obesity. Yeah, I definitely agreed, Moki. A side of caution with the Noah. Yes. By the way, what Raccoon said was he was joking. He was saying it to be funny. They both have raccoon pictures, and how GLP negative one works in your body controls blood sugar. It triggers pancreas and releases insulin when yeah, Raccoon is scared. Oh, and Murray waited too long to do a video again. Yeah, yeah. It's the raccoons have to step it up. Yeah, the raccoon support. Okay. Controls the blood sugar. It triggers the pancreas to release insulin when blood sugar is high. It stops the liver from releasing extra sugar. Slows digestion. It delays a gastric emptying, meaning food stays in your stomach longer. This prevents sudden blood sugar spikes to keep you feeling full. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, the raccoons have to step it up. And Mark says, I must say the skinny Bob did look happy considering he hasn't had steak in 100 years. I think Bob is binary scared. Right. Yeah, definitely freaky. Yeah. Skinny Bob is scared. Do not permit Skinny Bob. Scared. Raccoon said basically they have satellite footage of the incident. I haven't seen it. I just know that they could see Alloy. It was easy. It looks like we have the raccoon families in the chat now. Oh yeah, remember the time when the U.S. Army Green Beret blew himself up in front of Trump Tower and Tesla? He warned us about anti gravity propulsion system and how it could start World War III. And most of the deceased missing scientists. Yes, we got two raccoons to watch out. Yes, yes. Uh, here. Um, just like on the garden lives when we see the raccoons, we would see the raccoon and Misty walking around. Here. Right. So, okay, Moki. Well, this is something insane. That this person is also one of those scientists that blew themselves up, or well, wasn't really blowing themselves up. It was a setup to be that way. Yeah. So Luna says nuclear engineer found deleted and burned in Tesla after vanishing from his Alabama home last year. Well, yeah, this is very crazy. I remember that day. That's when the attack happened in NOLA when they went and blew up the dude the terrorist went and shot up the French Quarter. Happened the same day, I think. But yeah, Lori said that bird on your garden live last night saying what you see" was something else. I know that those birds, they talk to me and they talk to chat. They're magical birds. Yeah. Scared. Bob's second name is Head Up Down. Yes. McVeigh was a tabbed airborne ranger from 75th. He was upset about the government lies. Okay, yeah. The government lies. He went to Desert Storm. Oh, that had to be very traumatic. Yeah, yeah. Mermaid. There was a part where Lori was watching the stream again, and the birds tweeting sound like "What you see, what you see, what you see." Yeah, sure. Sounds good to me. We could have a party stream. Yeah. But if you're talking about you with your family, Mohi, if you're talking about the stream group or your family, sure, that sounds good. So y'all could have like a watch party of some kind during the day. And if you're talking about us, yeah, we could do a party stream of some kind. Yeah. And slow digestion in details. The gastric emptying, meaning food stays in your stomach longer. This prevents sudden blood sugar spike and keeps you feeling full. Lots of soldiers find out that way they thought they signed up for wasn't what they signed up for. Yeah. So it's very traumatic, and I understand his for the person's frustration with the government lies. It's a very traumatic thing. A lot of these wars had to do with making people rich instead of trying to help fight things in the world that were wrong. Yeah, Smokey, absolutely. We can definitely have a party stream. I don't mind if we could do the video chat thing again if y'all want to do that. But definitely we'd have a fun party thing planned. Sure, absolutely. We could have some trivia and stuff like that. Also, also want to say that on Monday I am going to a jury duty thing on Monday. To let you all know. And I told you about it earlier this year, and it starts on Monday. The trivia is very fun. Yes, Moki, that's a very good idea. A deep dive into the 15 scientists. I got it. Yeah, good idea. And Moki says you have jury duty Monday. I hope you get on the jury. Okay. Yes, that is true, Mermaid. Yes, on Monday. Yeah, I'm going to the. It's to be a criminal case. I got select. I got Oh yeah, goes to the dumpster to find food. Yeah, Misty is going right to the dumpster where the raccoons are looking. The a lot of also I got a interesting thing about raccoons to tell you about Misty. And but yeah, it was earlier this year, and I was on a live stream one time, and Mary Toodles wrote me a message, and I saw an envelope. I knew what it was. I knew what it was. And oh, okay, Moki. Yeah, Mary Toodles has been on the jury before, and so I may be on a jury, like the trials we watch, but it'll be in real time. Right. And well, that'll be fun. Marcos wasn't picked because he said he couldn't handle the case. It was about assault, I think. Praying guy, she's not selected. Yeah. Oh, I understand. Yeah. I didn't really, you know, have it in mind for me to be on a jury. Okay, Mark. Okay, scared. Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to. Oh yeah, raccoon. There'll probably be some Chinese food that'll be or pasta in there. There could be that. Right. I don't think there will be potatoes in the dumpster. Right. So yeah, Mark, that would certainly be funny if I did that. So that will happen on Monday. Yeah, I think absolutely it will be. Lori said she answered it like a nutcase and they'll excuse her. I was scared. All right. So yeah, natural GLP -1 is short acting, meaning your body breaks it down in just a few minutes. In modern medications, know the GLP-1 receptor agonists and engineered last much longer, stay for a full week. Okay, there's when I was Misty, when I was Mark said was jury $80 a day. I was making 200 a day. It got thrown out. Thank goodness. Okay. Yeah. 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 That's quite a bit. So one time, Misty, when I was around your age or a little bit younger, something happened where a situation occurred that, well, there was an apocalyptic event that occurred 20 years ago, and afterwards, my family left where I am, and then we came back here, and I would see raccoons eating at night. It would be around nighttime. I'd be at my grandparents' place, and I'd see the raccoons eating the cat food often. And oh, so your Ellen, your daughter says she's a bear. That's funny, raccoon. And uh, because raccoons and bears are actually related, by the way. So what happened was I would see them eat at night, and sometimes I would see possums do it too. So there was this time where I would see the raccoon, and there was this really weird looking one that I would see that I thought was a mutant of some kind. It had a really long snout, and it was a long body, and had a very long tail. And I didn't really know what it was ever. And it had like a for years I didn't know what it was, and I saw it way back in the past, and I never saw it again. But it was living amongst the other raccoons. Raccoon said, "Leave the effing cat food theft late night out of this." Yeah, the cat food theft. Yeah, and so when I would see the raccoon, the the cootie, uh, I would. That's what some of them were called. I. It was like an anteater, right? So a few years ago in my trial chat, I would see the. I was talking to Kathy and Tom Farrell about it, and we all looked it up, and I decided that so yeah, basically the story is it was like the moon's out, it's like a crescent moon. It's kind of like a Friday night or something where I'm going over there. I'm having my mint and chip ice cream, and playing my my DSi, and I would see this weird raccoon that would be the elongated snout, or also I'd be playing my Game Boy too, and it would be chilling there, and I didn't know what it was, right? So a couple years later, I was with the trial chat group, and Kathy and Tom, we all looked at it, and Kathy said it was I'll show you exactly what this thing looked like, so you all could get what I mean. It was called the Mexican raccoon, because I said I thought it was a hybrid. I didn't know really what it was exactly. So there's different species of raccoon that exist, and it was one of those species. So flipping over here and going this way. This is the thing that I saw, right? And I didn't even know what this was. So that's what I would see eating the cat food. And I tell you, I thought it was a mutant of some kind or some other creature. And it's a type of raccoon that's from South America and Mexico. That is how we were able to figure out what it was, from over 10 years later. And it may have escaped from a zoo or it escaped from a person's house. Yeah, yeah, raccoon. There's mutant Mexican raccoon. Yeah. Oh, Mark, scared. Yeah. So yeah, and maybe when that storm happened, it caused either someone's pet to get loose or something from a zoo to get loose. Yeah. So as I said, look just like that with a long tail and its snout. Very, very interesting. Yeah, and it was kind of brown looking. That's what they look like. Now I got a raccoon scared. Yeah, exactly like this. Like that's exactly what I saw. Chat. It was, has this long tail and it was brown looking, and I just couldn't place what it was. 'Cause I knew there was brown raccoons, but that thing was just. It looks kind of like an anteater. Like that's a regular raccoon. In a tree somewhere. Yeah, that's the regular raccoon. So this other type of raccoon is this one right here. So that is a fun fact. Yeah, 3-inch fangs. Yes, and that is its tail. And just like that, you'd see that like it's like at 11 o'clock at night, and he would just be snooping around. Yeah, so y'all have some Mexican cousins. Yeah, they're kind of like lemurs. I thought it was like a lemur. I guess when they had people working on the houses back in the past, and they said they saw a monkey in a tree, that must be what it was. It wasn't really a monkey, but it was that thing. Scared. Yeah. So, and the thing was that I couldn't place was that it was with the other raccoons. It wasn't just with the the regular raccoons. It was they accepted him as part of their group. Yeah. So it's like wearing a full ski mask. It's not even wearing. It's like wearing a ski mask instead of wearing a mask. Yeah. So that is something else that looks kind of like a Kutamundi, but it's not really a Kutamundi. Yeah. So yeah, that's like a baby version of it right here. Okay, back to the dumpster. I guess they're going to Alaska to get the maybe to go away from the Mexican raccoons or maybe to see some more of them. Get scared. A bunch of them in the field. Oh, you found an apple. That is excellent. Excellent. Okay, let's see. Do anteaters eat anything else? Shack crashed out on aliens, raccoons, and relatives. Yeah, scared. The lemur family are funny. He was a boss solo. And three fangs. While anteaters are famous for their namesake diet, they actually are opportunistic feeders that eat a surprisingly variety of soft foods in both the wild and captivity. Since they have no teeth, they are limited to anything they can slurp or grind in their muscular gizzards like stomachs. Right, wide. Oh, yes, eat the apple. Yes. In addition to their daily intake of up to 30,000, 35,000 ants, the termites, wild anteaters occasionally consume other insects. They eat soft bodied grubs, beetle, wasps, and bees. Sweet. Some species, like the tam andua, are known to raid nests and honey. Fruit. They will eat soft, ripe, or fallen fruit, such as palm fruit or avocados, that doesn't require chewing. Small prey. Larger species occasionally eat bird eggs, small lizards, and even animals that aren't alive. Right. So, what's for breakfast? Ants. What's for lunch? Ants. Don't tell me what's for tea. Ants. Right. And there is the. Okay, Loki said, okay, gotta go to bed, y'all. Stay safe. And gotta eat out of the garbage. Okay. Alright, so this is for. This is for Moki. For Moki. So, good night, Moki. Thank you for hanging out with us. We'll see you at the Saturday night party tomorrow. Anyway, so. Okay, I will, Moki. I will. Alright, so the Kotai. Lizard nose relative. Most tourists and social media users refer to Kotai as a Mexican raccoon or a hog nosed raccoon. Well, they are close cousins. The Prio family. They have several distinct differences appearances. Coatis have a long, extremely flexible pig-like snout and a thin, upright tail, often held like a flag. Daily routine. Unlike nocturnal raccoons, Coatis are diurnal. Oh, thank you, Moki. You did, and I'm going to definitely look into those appearances. They aren't lemurs. They are. They're similar to lemurs, but they're a species of raccoon. I'll see if there's any relation to them. Right. Appearance: Akotas have long, extremely flexible, pig-like snouts and thin, upright tail, often held like a flag. Daily routine: Unlike nocturnal raccoons, Cotis are diurnal. A good evening, KS. Welcome to the stream. Appearance: Cotis, the Mexican raccoon, have long, extremely flexible, pig-like snouts and thin, upright tail, often held like a flag. Daily routine: Unlike nocturnal raccoons, Cotis are diurnal. Oh, thanks, honey. And daily routine: Unlike the nocturnal raccoons, the Cotis and diurnal, meaning they are most active during the day. Social life: They are highly social with females and young, living in groups of 30 to 30 called bands. And the biology of real Mexican raccoon is the Prycrine lotar is a specific subspecies of the common North American raccoon. Adaptations: They have shorter fur compared to their northern counterparts to handle warmer climates. They are highly adaptable, living in everything from mangrove swamps to oak pine woodlands across the mainland Mexico and Central America. Yes, you know that they exist in real life now. Yeah. They're daytime and other ones are nighttime. Long, thin tails, extremely long, flexible, and lives in large groups. Let's see. All right. Mexican raccoons are not related to lemurs, while they may look similar due to their long tail and ring tails and climbing abilities. They belong to entirely different biological order. Yeah, back to the dumpster. Yeah. All right. Key biological differences. The resemblance between these two animals is a result of convergence evolution where unrelated species develop similar traits because they live in similar environments to fill similar roles in nature. Carnivora, related to dogs, bears, and weasels. The Mexican raccoon. The lemur, primates, related to monkeys, apes, and humans. Family. The Pri Cryonidea. The lemur idea. Other species of lemur families. Origins: native to the Americas, US, and Argentina. Lemurs are only in Madagascar. Claws and hands. No non-retractable claws for digging. Grasping hands with nails and thumbs. Yes, absolutely. And definitely raccoon, the self-defense is important for raccoons too. The common mistake with them and Coatis are frequently described as looking like a cross between a lemur, raccoon, and monkey. They both have rigid tails and used for balance, and like the ring-tailed lemur, Coatis often walk with their tails held straight up in the air as a way to stay visible to their group in dense brush. Yeah, I know, I know. All right, the common raccoon from the Mexico are cousins with the other raccoons, but they have different freestyles, lifestyles, physical features. The nose. Coyotes had elongated, highly flexible hog-like snout that can rotate up to 60 degrees to rotate for food and dirt. The reason why it was by me raccoon was because it must have came from a person's pet that got out, or it was or broke out of a zoo. That's the only two things I can think of. They don't. They're not where I am. So it was only one time during that, during after a natural disaster. So it either broke out from someone's house or it was from a zoo. I think I saw a panther one time too, around that time. And that sounds crazy, but I saw a big black panther one time. This is because a lot of animals are being broken out of people's houses, and zoos are being abandoned and stuff. So there's a lot of weird animals running around that time. A tail, a the the coyote raccoon. Its tail is long, thin, often held vertically, like a flag to keep it grouped together in tall grass. Raccoon tails are shorter, bushier, and usually held low. And body shape. Raccoons are generally huskier and rounder, while coatis have a more slender, elongated build. Claws. Coatis powerful, non-retractable claws designed for heavy digging, whereas the raccoons have highly dexterous hand-like paws used for manipulating objects and opening containers. And said, I never heard of them. Live in Ricky Mountains my entire life. Yeah, raccoon. You see, because this type of raccoon is something from like the Amazon jungle, like a tropical jungle somewhere. That's where these type of raccoons come from, rather than the mountains and the forests, or like the kind that we have here. It's the just a very think of the Hawaii, right, or an island like Hawaii. Uh, that's where these types of things would exist. They're not in Hawaii, but Mexico is very tropical like Hawaii, and so it was a raccoon from a different region, where the other regions were Like in North America, we have the other type of raccoon that are more in the forests. Back to the dumpster. Okay. Okay. Social life. The female coyote is extremely social, living in large groups called bands of up to 30 members. Raccoons are largely solitary or live in much smaller family units. Raccoon said, I did see Wolverine once. My ex thought I was making up a fake animal. There is a nine in Montana, and to my knowledge, and have range of 400 square miles. Okay. Yeah, I definitely believe those types of things are there, including the type of cryptids too. So yeah, definitely the Wolverines are very fierce, which those aren't really cryptids, but it's it's a type of animal. Lori said, "My husband Don called raccoons birds when they stole things like cat food." Hilarious. Yeah, so Wolverines are cute but fierce. Hello, Holly. Oh, y'all have nutrients and skunks. Oh, that's interesting, Lori. Raccoon says Wolverines look weird as F2. They can walk on snow, have claws, teeth bigger than a grizz, and are like half raccoon, half badger. You never just see them; they just exist. Skunks are feral too. Oh, with skunks, they used to have skunks where I am a long time ago, but they made them into they're in the fur trade, and they 40 to 30 years ago was the last time one was seen, but they still may exist hypothetically. Oh, okay, Holly. Well, thank you for lurking. Yeah, and but so in an alternate universe, there would have been skunks on the Garden Live. There's a 0.0000000.1% chance of them appearing though. Schedule our coatis are diurnal, making them much easier for tourists to spot. Common raccoons are nocturnal and do most of their foraging at night. I don't know, Lori. It definitely would need a lot of tomato juice. It's like that dude that had that one job was like scared, scared. Well, I'm seeing something else that said in 2025 one was spotted. Oh, that is delicious, Holly. Definitely, that is delicious. Raccoon wrap. Scared. Yeah, Holly, that is delish. Okay, interesting. Well, let's go into the skunks. Let's see. Fell asleep in a dumpster. There's a lot of weird stuff in the works running around randomly. Yeah, I've also seen rabbits. I saw a rabbit one time, and bro had hops. And because I remember it was like before I did the garden lives. Wait for that. It'd be very dark in my yard, and I look at the moon, and I'd see this little thing hopping around. Raccoon. I only saw a moose in a weird. I mean, in a video. I would okay. Before that, I saw like a moose on like pictures or cartoons, but I've seen videos of a moose. Never in person. I've never seen one in person. I've never been that far up north, and the moose was like running, chasing a dude up a tree. I mean, those things are fast. They're like a speed car. It doesn't sound too fun. Oh, you have little brown rabbits. Okay. Oh yes, Lori, I remember that one from Looney Tunes. Wildlife officials asking for help because confirmed sightings of the species in over 30 to 40 years. The population has declined significantly due to habitat loss, pesticide use, and disease from canine distemperament. Specific request photos of videos from game cameras, security cameras, verify species still exist in the state. Sonny says about 20 plus years ago, I was in Yosemite and there was a moose in a parking lot. I actually got a picture and I still have it. Oh, I'd like to see that one day. And that is had to be a very majestic sight to see. You know, definitely they are very big, and I think it is. I think it's. Let's see. Yeah, moose can flip a truck. Yeah, definitely believe it. Let's see. I didn't say it right. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm saying it like it's like Yoshi. Okay, it's Yosemite. Probably say it wrong again, but okay. Thank you, Lori. The Yosemite. Okay, no, that's how you say it. It's Yosemite. Yes. All right. And I'm eventually gonna get it right if I didn't get it right. And a thing of the word. Right. But yeah, so it escaped from domesticated and returned. So it's a lot of times like you have a feral when they're returned to the wild. A lot of times that is it happens every much. Oh, hello, Duke. Very good to see you. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay, like T. Okay. Yosemite. Oh, like Yosemite Sam. Oh, yeah, I figured it had to do with him somehow. I could say I jumped off the boat on moose swimming in a lake in the mountain, and they just keep swimming. Google that. Because the moose weighs up to 1,500 pounds. The brain to body mass ratio is low, which typically many large animals. The intelligence. Scientists note that while moose have large absolute brain size, they lack complex problem solving abilities of smaller brained animals like ravens. Their reputation from being unintelligent is from their reaction to modern threats. Moose hears a train, it may try to outrun it by running down the tracks instead of jumping off the side like a deer. They can dive 20 feet underwater, close their nostrils with specialized flaps. They kick in any direction. They fend off predators. Yeah, I definitely believe that. Definitely believe that. Right. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Wow. Moose are mean. They will kill. Yeah, I definitely see that. They kill you scared. That's like some superpowers right there. Moose just sees a human and think attack. Yeah, definitely, definitely. All right, so submarine nostrils. They large nostrils like valves containing specialized muscles that close tightly as they submerge to keep water out. Pressure sealed valves. As moose dives deeper, the increased water pressure actually helps these nasal valves seal even more securely. Underwater vision. Oh, elk are shy. Okay. They are reported to have specialized eyelids that help them see and forage for vegetation in murky depths of lakes. They could dive up to 18 to 20 feet. Raccoon said, ironically, you can shoot a moose with a tiny rifle and they just flop over like 39 men, and they don't even feel it. Elk and deer need huge rifles to harvest. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, it seems like the moose doesn't have much uh, complex mental systems in there, but they are basically good at diving underwater, though. My dog has ears that close down to when the eardrops bottle approaches. Oh, maybe uh, part moose. Dog's part moose. Her reason for moose to take the plunge access the aquatic vegetation like water, lilies, pondweed, and algae. Essential nutrients. These underwater plants contain up to 4 times more nutrition and 6 times more sodium than land plants, which is critical for their survival and antler development. Cooling off. Swimming diving provides relief from high summer temperatures as moose cannot easily tolerate heat above 80 Fahrenheit. Predator escape. Diving can be a survival tactic to escape terrestrial procedures like wolves or bears. Oh, yeah, she has an Aussie. Okay. Let's see. The because most often significant distance open coastal waters. They occasionally encounter orcas, killer whales. This makes the orca one of the few natural aquatic predators of the moose. Raccoons. My mom, with dementia completely out, asked me, "Can I be buried by moose? Do you have rifle I can take and buried by the bitter root by moose?" Oh, right. Oh, well, how did this happen? Okay, I was like, bro, press the wrong button. Dog. That's a cute dog. That's a cute dog right there. A shout out to Anna's dog. It looks like cute. Oh, well, condolences for your loss, Raccoon. Yes. I didn't read the whole thing. Anyway. Well, I thought it did, but I didn't. So yeah, condolences for your loss, Raccoon. And Guy had it Gray Shepherd, Sharpie Puff, and store Miss Dorval little thing I ever seen. Most not miss. Surviving the deep freeze. The moose don't deal with winter, and they are biologically engineered for it. Hollow hair. Their fur is made of hollow tubes and trap air. This provides incredible insulation and also acts like a life jacket, making them very buoyant when they swim. Those awkward looking legs are actually snowshoes. They allow moose to walk through the snow up to 3 feet deep, and they would trap deer or wolf. I'm sure we'll take you back to moose, but we're not burying great great grandfather rifle with you. And long legs, those awkward. Oh, okay, mermaid, understood. Understood. Long legs. Those awkward looking legs are actually snowshoes. They allow moose to walk through snow up 3 feet deep that would trap deer or wolf. Energy conservation. And winter, a moose's metabolism slows down significantly. They stop moving as much and can lose up to 30% of their body weight just as waiting for spring. Okay, Murray, to look forward to seeing your video. She thought we were looking at a fish. Raccoon, I assume that the Montana animals are extremely insane. Like they're like prehistoric type animals. Or like from the Ice Age. Yeah, that's a kicking fish. But look at this dude right here. He's just underwater chilling. This is some sci-fi stuff right here. You got the he's just underwater, just enjoying himself. All the backroom games get views and clicks by saying nothing. It's kind of yes. Mermaid, I like your commentary and also seeing you on camera. And you know, you're doing very good with that. And shout out to Pool's Mermaid's channel, very good gaming channel, by the way. And she, yeah, I mean, I agree, Mermaid. I agree with you 100% because I like your commentary. Oh, okay, Misty. Well, thank you for hanging out with us. Hope we get well soon. And it'll get better. And okay, Mermaid said, unfortunately, there is a girl that started maybe a week ago. Thousands of views, not me. Well, Mermaid, if there's anything that you see them doing, what you do, you don't copy off other, like, what I mean by that is you don't change who you are, is what I'm trying to say. But if there's something other people are doing, you can go and see how they're doing it, and you can apply anything you can learn from them. But Mermaid, have you thought about doing shorts, short videos? I don't know if you're into that, but that can drive more traffic. Yeah, Mermaid, remember this: do not compare yourself to other people. There's no strength in it. The happiness doesn't come from an external source. You have to run your own race. But if you can learn anything from what other people are doing, uh, that's cool. If you can learn something, but to not compare yourself to others and run your own race. You're at 200 now, and you know you're doing extremely well. Imagine a year from now, Mermaid. Imagine, think of it this: 3 years from now, where you'll be at. You're already at 200. It's not even a year since you started, and like over a time span, you'll eventually get there. Okay, and take antibiotics and some anti. Okay, and they said the paddlefish Yellowstone headwear are 2,500 years old, but there are dinosaur bones. And oh, I don't doubt it, raccoon. I don't doubt it. Yeah. Okay, mermaid. It's normal for you to feel that way, and use that what you feel about her as motivation to keep on going, and that no matter what or how long it takes or what happens, you will get there somehow, some way. Like no matter what, it's going to happen. So you know it's going to happen now, and you're going to be better than her. You're going to get more than she has. So I understand, and yeah, but if there's some tactics or something they're doing, learn their methods so you could do it too. But yeah, just uh, remember that uh, you'll get there, because remember, it doesn't matter how long it takes, because some things happen very quickly, some things don't happen as quickly, but they happen either way. Like think about a fig. It takes a little while to ripen, but it's a better fruit than something made in a laboratory that was made quickly. So, uh, you know, keep that in mind, that you are ripening into something really great. Alien, may one day the community will warm up to my voice and me in general, but I think it's time to go mute. I mostly still will have a small commentary. Oh, it's my pleasure, Mermaid. I really want to see your channel grow and prosper as much as possible. And it's very good, Mermaid, that you made it that quickly. It's uh, as I said, I personally like your commentary and seeing your face, and it's so good. It's so good for me because I remember we talked for a while before you did your YouTube channel, and it was so good to see you and hear you talk. I like it. But as I said, do if you think it's best to how you want to do it, do what you how you want to do it. If you want to do less commentary, do less commentary. But I personally like it. All right, Lori OG can make shorts. Unlikely try editing. Luckily, I realized that more I don't stop, the more I'll get further. A lot of people who have better channels than me just left. And Lori said, "Don't use my channel, but have two videos on there, mostly for parents saying YouTube went and made shorts for them. He already deleted them. All my videos will no commentary or hiking up videos." Oh, understood, mermaid. But maybe people like it as an ASMR thing of like going through the pools. Lori is scared. Yeah, scared. Okay. Probably mountain lions are one of the weirdest animals here. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's very tough terrain. Right. So yeah, mermaid. I think that, as I said, doing a short video. The the thing about so mermaid said, so that's what I think. I think basically that with mermaid, it's important to you take a video, right, and you could go and edit a piece of it that way, about a 15-second or a minute video, right? And you have to go into like a video editor, and you have to crop the video a certain way for it to fit on the short. What do you want to do it? Yeah. Or hot pack rice soak in microwave. Awesome. Okay. So good luck to you, mermaid, about everything that you're doing. Okay. So the kick of death. A moose can kick in any direction, front, back, and sideways. A single strike from their heavy hooves can easily crack a wolf's skull or bear's ribs. Uh, I've been terrified a cat stalking me, big ass tiger. And Lori said about she's been stalked by a mountain lion. No fun. Oh, okay, Raccoon, understood. It was an SF combat medic and have little girls. Okay, cool. Shout out to Raccoon. And hearing and smell. They have terrible eyesight, but their ears can rotate independently to pick up sounds from miles away in their massive bell like flaps. Mermaid said, when you're a mom, it's even worse to take off yourself with the heat payments. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I can only imagine Mermaid, definitely. Oh, okay, Raccoon, thank you. they have terrible eyesight, but their ears can rotate independently and pick up sounds and go to retreat. If a pack of wolves is chasing them, a moose will often run into a lake or river because they are so tall they can stand in deep water where the wolves have to swim, making the wolves easier targets for those powerful kicks. It sounds like a myth, but it's true because moose swim between islands in places like Alaska and British Columbia. They are technically on the menu for orcas. If a moose is cross a deep channels, it has zero defense against a killer whale attacking from below. But yeah, facts raccoon. Yeah, that's why the it's eclectic. It's an eclectic stream. So eclectic means that they talk about a variety of various different topics. Yeah, scared. I saw I saw a moose swim for like 8 hours just hang out. Oh, scared. Oh, I used to watch Rocky and Bullwinkle when I was in Mississippi with my family. It was during a catastrophe that happened, but it was a fun watching the Rocky and Bullwinkle. I was in an RV and with some one of my relatives gave me some movies, and Rocky and Bullwinkle was one of them. Yeah, moose antlers are the fastest growing bone tissue in the animal kingdom. This rapid development is necessary because they regrow completely new set every single year after shedding the old ones in winter. The secret to this incredible speed, up to inch per day, and adding over a pound of bone daily, is specialized skin called velvet. Velvet foundation. While growing antlers are covered in this soft, fuzzy membrane, it is densely packed with blood vessels and nerves that pump massive amounts of oxygen, nutrients directly into the growing bone. All right. Oh, you watch the old cartoons, okay, Lori. And Raccoon said, Misty could see the wildlife, wolves, elk herds, 2,500 head pronghorns running across the valley in 5 minutes. Well, Raccoon, that sounds like an incredible sight to see. Wolves, elk herds, 2,500 in a couple minutes. Velvet foundation. While growing antlers are covered this soft, fuzzy membrane, it is densely packed with blood vessels and nerves that pump massive amounts of oxygen and nutrients like calcium and phosphorus directly to the ground, to the growing bone. Soft and hard initially, the antlers are made of soft cartilage over roughly 150 days. This cartilage purifies into a solid bone. Froghorns are wild, half of Africa, half Canada or something. They run 65 miles per hour. Froghorns. It looks like a Giselle looking thing. Oh. All right, mermaid. Bless you and stay safe. Okay. All right. Raccoon said saw 6,000 head of elk and dragon Y and big hole migration. Migrate. Wow. Moose antlers are fastest growing bone tissue in the animal kingdom. This rapid development is necessary because they regrow completely new set every single year after shedding the old ones in winter. All right. And the secret in his incredible speed, up to 1 inch per day, adding over a pound of bone per day. Specialized skin in velvet. The velvet foundation. While growing antlers are covered in soft fuzzy membrane, it densely packed with blood vessel nerves that pump massive amounts of oxygen and nutrients directly into the growing bone. Good night, sweet friend. God bless you. And a pet goat loose, ate vegetable roses. Oh, a pet goat got loose, ate vegetables, roses, and washing on the line. Yeah, yeah. A pound a day is a lot. Okay. The rub. Late August, September, the hormonal changes trigger a decreasing daylight, causing the blood supply. The the velvet dies, and Moose rubs it off against trees and shrubs to reveal hard polished bone underneath, just time for mating season. Yeah, yeah, it has to be really insane. Yeah. The natural interaction between moose and orcas occurs in very specific coastal corridors where deep water fjords meets lush frosted shorelines. The primary overlap zones of North Pacific and North Atlantic regions. Most documented encounters happen along the inner passage of southeast Alaska, and rugged coastline of British Columbia and Canada. Raccoon said, often interesting fact about pronghorns is that it takes like a big game sized rifle to harvest them, but they are smaller than little deer. I hear you. I think that the little deer, it's extremely fascinating that they are very sturdy and small. They're small but very sturdy. You have to have a big one to take them down. Oh, interesting, Lori. Thank you. And unique North American, often mistaken for an antelope. Yeah, so the type of animal it looks like is an antelope, or the pronghorn. It is the sole surviving member of the ancient family, making it more closely related to giraffes and okapi than the true antelopes or goats. Oh, raccoon! So y'all had to hunt for survival. Well, glad that y'all have Sam's and Costco. But yeah, because living off the land like that, it definitely is a rough life. There's because people have to understand that sometimes people had a only thing to eat was to hunt. Some people don't understand that. Like it's what people had to do to survive. And Lori only fishes. Well, as I said, I understand about you not hunting anymore, and I'm glad that you have different places you could go to get your food. That's good. But yeah, the shouts to the people that just living off the frontier like that. I mean, that's a people complain about not getting their napkins from Starbucks and little silly things, and um, even when I had the Wi-Fi issues, I'd be like, no, the Wi-Fi's out. But yeah, the people y'all on the front lines of the terrain like that, definitely rough. But of course, it's kind of like that when the hurricanes happen. It becomes a frontier again. Not like what you went through, Raccoon, but it kind of comes like that, especially when a catastrophic hurricane happened. That really was a like a post-apocalyptic society, but still, shout to y'all that are on the frontier. Oh, that is good, Lori. That is good. They have first world problems, and then you have real problems. Like, when I was little, when I was uh, a refugee from a catastrophe that happened in Mississippi, so I was in Mississippi to evacuate from something. I remember I was in the woods in a kind of country area, and I mean I loved it. It was so I mean it's partially why I like the way my yard is because I always like the outdoors stuff. Oh, we were there a long time. It was all the way until like the next year. Somewhere within the next year, we came back. It was probably around January or February. It may have been no something like that. Yeah, it was yeah because August is when it happened, and we came back like the next year at some point. I don't know. It may have either January or December, because I don't know if I remember Christmas there. So it may have been like around Christmas or before or like after Christmas. Remember we had Thanksgiving? It was at a trailer park. It wasn't like a trailer park trash or whatever, right? It was like a camping ground where we would find Raccoon at. I'd imagine he would go there. So it was there's something called the Pearl River, and there's these beautiful trees, these pine trees, and it was where camping fires were and stuff. And we had a trailer, and yeah, there's hunting happened all the time. But my family didn't hunt, and my mom wasn't into it at all. But I learned a lot about hunting, and that's why I'm very good with being. I could like be very quiet and come up on people because I learned about the being very quiet. Like one time, a hunter told me there was a snake that would wrap around his leg. You just have to be very quiet. Oh no, Raccoon! I don't mean it in a judgy way. I mean it as a compliment because, see, you misinterpreted that. Because I like outdoor stuff, and you're into that too. So my assumption was that you would also like the outdoor stuff, like Lori and I do, and it was not meant to be taken in the wrong way. Right. And also, that basically is where I was, and what I liked there was the mossy oaks material. The the mossy oak stuff is very nice camouflage that was there. Yeah, because in the Walmarts there were all kinds of camouflage you could use, and I was fascinated that growing up. So I used to wear that all the time when I was little. The jackets and the camouflage and stuff like that. And yeah, snake. You don't want a snake wrapped around your leg exactly because of. But the point was about the discipline about it, where people have to be stationary and not move. That was the most important thing. And I certainly would like the. I remember the Pearl River was very dangerous, where you could get swept away by the current. I didn't. I did not say that. I didn't say anything about a refugee camp. And you could go back in the clip and see if I actually said that later. I said you would a camping ground where people do camping and do outdoors stuff. Right. So I didn't say anything about you being a trailer park. If you feel you're someone from a trailer park, that's your business. But all I was saying was a camping ground where people do fishing and hunting and stuff like that. And camping. That's what I meant. Right. And people could say all kinds of things, but it's up to us to not take it personally. Right. Oh, hello, Falcon. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. All right. So yeah. So Lori, it was the Pearl River was so intense that if you go into the current, you would get right. Well, I know it's yeah, exactly, Lori. That's what I was saying. And so what happened was the Pearl River was so intense that it could potentially sweep you away. So I wasn't allowed to go swim in it. I remember the clay, the soil was very red, and that was very different than the dark soil that I have here. So it was a nice soil to have. It was different than mine. And I remember there was these a cave thing in a mountain in the side of the ledge of the land, and we used to climb up this thing to go look at it. So that was pretty cool. All right. Oh, raccoon is just teasing. Okay, understood. And you know, as I said, I enjoyed the outdoors, and I liked the camping ground there. It was something that I miss and I like to do more often. All right. And so, exactly, Falcon. Very good point. So that is what I think about it. It was so that was my experience. Where that was the time period that I was there, and it was a nice region. I also did fishing there, and the fish were very smart. They they would go. You cast a line in there, and the fish would go and nibble on it, but you never would catch any fish though. Raccoon says, "I went to Georgia one time, and it had snakes and flooding bugs. 9,000 humidity. Yes, if that sounds like the Georgia experience, definitely. Right. And I really think that was, the snakes be definitely deadly indeed, and the humidity is deadly by itself. And where he said, smart fish are the bane of my existence at times. You understand the struggle about that too. Yes, gotcha. All right. So yeah, that's my experience from the outdoors that I still like. The pronghorns are the fastest mammals in Western Hemisphere performance. They can hit up to speeds of 60 miles per hour, sustained steady at 30 to 40 miles per hour per miles. Versus cheetahs. While the cheetah has a higher top speed, roughly 70 miles per hour. It is sprinter that tries after a few hundred yards. A pronghorn is the endurance runner that could finish a marathon in about 45 minutes. Raccoon said, when I jumped, it was like hit water at 4K feet. The second ramp went down. I thought drowning in a bath. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. That does sound very intense, Raccoon. Absolutely. All right. Survival paradox. They are much faster than any modern predator in North America, such as wolves and coyotes. Scientists believe they evolved this extreme speed to outrun the new extinct American cheetah during the Pleistocene era. Incredible vision. They have the largest eyes in North America, ungulate relative to the body size, and each eyeball is roughly the size of an elephant. Because their eyes are set high, wide in the skull, they have 3,000 to 320 degree field of vision without moving their heads. Raccoon said the humidity in Robin and Benning is like sitting in a sauna without a shower forever. Yeah, it definitely makes sense the way you describe it. Yeah, Falcon, I do agree. I do agree. Because the eyes are high and set in the skull, they have 30 to 320-degree field vision without moving their heads. Precision. They can detect movement up to 4 miles away. A common hunter's myth even claims they can see rings of Saturn on a clear night. Unique branch horns. Pronghorns have headgear that sits exactly between a horn and an antler. Composition. Like true horns, they have a bony core covered in keratin sheath, the same material as human fingernails. Annual shedding. Unlike all the other horned animals, pronghorns shed and regrow their outer sheath every year after the mating season. They are the only animals in the world with forked or branch horns. The path, the one well known herd travel 150 to 170 miles, one way between Grand Teton and National Park and Green River Valley, Wyoming. The limbo rule. Despite their speed, pronghorns are poor vertical jumpers, while the encounter fences during migration, they almost always crawl underneath the bottom wire rather than jumping over. Oh, Lori, scared, scared. Oh, you did, Lori? Wow. Naughty teenager Lori. Yes. Yes. Pronghorns utilize highly visible and multisensory alarm system primarily centered on specialized white hair patches on their rumps to warn their herd of nearby predators. Oh, I got you, Lori. I got you. Right. Everyone I ever saw that took a speed goat used the 7 mag or bigger. and they still ran for miles. They are a freak of nature, run through barbed wire. Wow, really? That's really intriguing. Yeah, it definitely seemed like a superpowers right there. Run through barbed wire. When a pronghorn detects danger, which it can spot from 4 miles away, thanks to its massive elephant-sized eyes, it triggers a sequence of warnings. Visual flash. The pronghorns contract its rump muscles, causing long white hairs to stand on the end, process called Raccoon said all he heard from Lori was 22 mag flashlight when asked about deer rifles. Oh, okay. Yeah, Lori, campgrounds. Yeah. Visual flash. I say the pronghorn contracts his rump muscles, causing the long white hairs to stand on end. The fluffs the white patch onto the large puffy flower shape that can double in size and reflects the sunlight like a tin pan. The flash is visible to the pronghorns from 2 miles, 3.2 kilometers away. Chemical warning. As the hairs stand up, specialized glands on the rump. Falcon said you would need to be a good shot to take down a deer with a 22. Absolutely. I agree. Chemical warning. As the hairs stand up, specialized glands on the rump releases the musk odor, and they have vocal and visual cues too. All right, this is their migration corridors. All right, Raccoon, understood. Yeah, and where we could afford a mag, we had to do an LR. Yeah. Critical migration corridors. So because the pronghorns cannot easily jump over obstacles like fences, they rely on specific narrow pathways to move between seasonal ranges. The subtle pronghorn herd in Wyoming travels roughly. Yes, they are absolutely 150 to 170 miles. One way marking of the longest land migration in the continental U.S. Where he said, "Now I just photograph and talk to deer." Yeah, scared. Path of the Pronghorn, Grand Tension National Park, the Green River Basin, 6,000-year-old route forced through narrow mountains, bottlenecks over the critical highway like Oh yeah, pet squirrels are really cool. I like those YouTubers that do that. All right, so continuing there in Alberta, Canada, the Saskatchewan in Montana, newly mapped transboundary routes where pronghorn travel up to 350 kilometers round trip across the international borders. Interstate 80 barrier, southern Wyoming, a major fragment point where researchers are working to recount habitats cut off by the high traffic highway. So shout out to these fierce animals. Let's see ghost predators. Oh, the squirrels definitely like that. Right. The ghosts that the pronghorns still run from are a group of extinct ice age predators, most notably the American cheetah. But modern pronghorns have no natural predators that can match their 60 miles per hour top speed. Scientists believe they are over-engineered for speed legacy of evolutionary arms race with these vanished hunters. American cheetah is leading explanation for the pronghorns possesses such as extreme speed and endurance. Oh, hello, Misty. Hello there. Speed match. Unlike modern pursuit hunters like wolves, the American cheetah was a sprinter capable of speeds near to 60 to 65 miles per hour. Physical evidence. Fossil records, such as those from Natural Trap Cave, Wyoming, show that these cats had long legs and enlarged nostrils for a high oxygen intake, similar to modern African cheetahs. Oh, interesting raccoon. Goes to the let's see. While modern ones have no natural predators, they can match their 6 miles per hour speed. American cheetah, leading to explanation why they possess such extreme speed and endurance. Unlike the modern pursuit hunters like wolves, American cheetah was a sprinter capable of speeds of 60 miles to 65 miles per hour. Fossil records, such as those in Natural Trap Cave in Wyoming, show that these cats had long legs and large nostrils for high oxygen intake. Similar to modern African cheetahs. Dietary connections. Iso Isophic analysis of fossils suggest that they are made of 40% American cheetah. Oh, interesting, Falcon. Okay. Raccoon and Falcon says so. If you have to hit the cavity penetrate of the brain with something tiny, that would just go an inch and hit the flesh or bone. That's how people use to poach for food. Oh, okay. I know that thing. One of the most unique membranes of the dog family, probably known as the only canine in North America capable of climbing the trees. This specialized skill has earned the nicknames like tree fox or cat fox. While most canines are strictly ground dwellers, the gray fox possesses physical traits that allow it to move through the canopy like a cat. Oh yeah, a safari would be fun to go on, raccoon. Rotating wrists. Unlike dog or wolves, a gray fox can rotate their forearms to grasp the tree trunks. Yeah, definitely. A very awesome animals. And unlike dogs or wolves, the gray foxes rotate their forearm to better grasp tree trunks. Semi retractable claws. They have sharp, hooked claws that some sharp because they can be partially retracted. Oh, hello, AJ. We're talking about wildlife. Murray said, I've seen too many movies and documentaries where people are treated by predators or worse. You guys can take the safari. Yeah. Well, definitely the safari can be quite dangerous at the same time. That's true. But yeah, Falcon understood. Okay, Misty, thank you for your feedback. So, yes, yeah, the semi-retractable claws. They have sharp hook claws and they stay sharp, but they can become partially retracted and they hug a tree trunk in their front legs and push toward with their powerful hind legs, often ascending vertically up the trunks up to 60 feet high. And oh, yeah, raccoons here. Okay, the gray fox versus the red fox. Okay, tail tip black. Red fox, the tail tip is white. Oh, me personally, no, because my family didn't do stuff like that. Legs, gray or reddish orange. Black stockings is red. Pupils are oval for gray fox. And red fox is vertical. So those are some interesting facts about foxes. Oh, raccoon. That sounds scared. Now, sometimes, now there is some ghost mystery cases that I have found. I was looking into, and because I think those are really strange, because I do believe there's something paranormal or supernatural out there, but it is absolutely important to know that there is something there, even if we don't quite know what it is. There is the Shadow Man. So in April 26, 2026, the reports resurfaced regarding the ghost boy Michael Jones, who claims to see a dark figures and leave physical marks. Raccoon said, "Just save time, Lori. Elephant are also ridiculously damn expensive. I think filling up your freezer from hunting and fishing is way more ethical than condoling slaughterhouses." Yes. That's a good way to look at it, Falcon. Yeah. Than ethical than condoning the slaughterhouses. In Falcon, it is a big industry. People could go to local farmers and stuff too, and not go directly to the big slaughterhouses. Yeah. A good point, Falcon. Absolutely. Oh yeah, the recoil must be really knocking the. When I was in Mississippi one time, there was like a taxidermy place, and they show these big bullets that they use for elephants, and those are some pretty big bullets. Yeah, the recoil definitely is quite unimaginable. Yeah. All right, the recent notable ghost cases, and oh, that is good, Lori. That's good. Atlanta Bloodhouse Mystery, a 1987 case remains a top discussion in 2026, where blood unexplainably appeared inside A home with no source. Tests confirmed it was a human, but matched no one in the house. Oh yeah, there's the slaughterhouses. The way they have those things is extremely unethical. I agree. AJ said, "My brother passed a couple of years ago, and I can feel him around me all the time. And something I try hard enough and send him a signal. He does. So I do believe ghost spirits. Oh, definitely AJ, absolutely." And Raccoon said, "It's actually not bad. The Eleanor shot a 5 and lifeless, no recoil. Wow, that's impressive." All right, there's the Winchester Mystery House. An active 2026 investigation continue at the mansion built with stairways to nowhere, allegedly confusing vengeful spirits. Esther Cox, a classic 19th century case recently highlighted in 2026, involves a woman who was allegedly tormented by a spirit that threatened to burn her house down. Elk or bison jerky, I'm sure, is very natural and interesting tasting. Oh, okay. Thank you, Raccoon, for that analogy. Absolutely. A modern house development built over. Okay, so there's a couple different places. The Hickers Hill Fleck, Germany. A family reported footsteps and the Arctic footprints leading to, but not always away from, the house before being murdered by an under identified deleter. It's Hinterkaifeck. Black Hope Cruise, Texas. A modern house development over the former slave cemetery where residents reported poltergeist activity and sudden tragedies. Elk and bison are the best meat, very lean and taste amazing. I heard it's like the healthiest meat that exists. And Lori said, elk burger is bomb. I made crock pot spaghetti sauce with that one. Oh, very delicious. A tale in bunk beds, Wisconsin. A family reported seeing a red-eyed ghost and experiencing random fires after buying a set of used bunk beds. Oh, very delicious. Chat. Oh, 4:40, 4 p.m. Oh, where Falcon is. Nice. Okay, Misty. Thank you for hanging out with us. Take care. Okay. Raccoon said Lenore has 1883. The best part about cooking with El Herpson is that it's so lean that you don't get sick in the grease when you make rich foods and spaghetti. Absolutely. Missing 411, a series of cases involving people who vanish nocturnal parks under impossible conditions, often associated with the sudden weather changes or unusual environmental sounds. The Dyatlov Pass. The 9 hikers died in the Ural. You too, Misty. Have a blessed day to you as well. The 9 hikers died in the Ural Mountains with unexplained internal injuries, radiation, and other clothes in their clothes. So those are some ghost incidents that occurred. Yeah, I think with the Russian alien stuff, it is there's definitely aliens appearing in Russia. I've seen videos of it, and there's cases of that happening. So I definitely agree with you. Now, questions about it too. The Dyatlov Pass incident, 1959, deaths of 9 experienced Soviet hikers in northern Ural Mountains. While conspiracy theories once point to aliens or secret military tests, the most accepted scientific explanation involves rare type of slab avalanche. Incident led by Igor Dyatlov. The group set up camp on the slope of the Dead Mountain. During the night, something caused them to slash their tent open from inside and flee into the sub zero temperatures without proper clothing and shoes. When I talked to Russian and Wagner soldiers, they said they saw weird S like we did, but translated it, it's hard to understand details. Ah, I got you. A 2021 study by Swiss researchers supported by the Russian government 2019 to 2020 reinvestigation identifies a slab of avalanche as the primary trigger. The hikers cut into the slope to instill their tent, weakening the snowpack. Strong catabolic winds, then piled wind slab. Snow on top of the tent over several hours. A heavy slab of snow, weighed roughly 1,000 pounds, eventually slid, crushing the tent while the hikers slept. This caused a severe car crash, like internal injuries, including skull and chest fractures, found in some victims. I agree, Falcon. Right, definitely. Okay. So, escape. The fearing a second avalanche, the group abandoned the gear and retreated the tree line. Most eventually died of hypothermia. Missing eyes. The tongues, these are now attributed to natural post mortem scavenging by animals and birds, while the bodies were exposed for weeks before discovery. Traces of radiation found on the only few pieces of clothing. These may have come from gas lanterns in the tent or the background history of some hikers who worked on nuclear facilities. Paradox. Undressing the medical phenomenon explains why some hikers were found nearly naked. Victims of several hypothermia often feel sudden false sensation or burning heat removal from their clothes. So it's a mysterious incident. Some people believe that it wasn't really true. Some people think like it's like people think that it could have been from aliens or could have been from a cryptid. But oh no, I've seen hyperthermia. It ain't cutting out a tent or running. Yeah, so there's theories that the Russian government did something, or cryptid did it, or you or aliens did it. All right, number one is secret military testing. That's funny, Falcon. Yeah, I get it. So this one of the most prominent theories suggesting that the group accidentally stumbled into a restricted zone during a classified operation, orange spheres. The other hikers and local reported seeing strange balls of fire or orange orbs in the sky during that period. Proponents suggest that these were R-7 intercontinental missiles or falling debris from rocket tests that caused panic or direct injury. Radiation traces. Unusually high levels of radiation were found in some hikers' clothing, while critics link this to previous nuclear cleanup. One hiker was involved, and theories believe it indicates radiological weapon test. Internal injuries. The severe internal trauma, crushed ribs and skulls, without external bruising, has become compared to the effects of consecutive blast wave from a bomb. When you have hyperthermia, you start shaking, go into shock, and go into a fetal position, or with other people or dogs for warmth. Then you'll black out. You don't run or get a knife. Understood, Falcon. Thank you. I mean, understood, not Falcon, but Raccoon. Understood. Um, yeah, they're not going to get a knife or run. Okay, so infrasound introduced panic, popularized by researchers and Donnie HR. This theory suggests that the unique shape of the mountain created a Kármán vortex street wind patterns that generate low frequency infrasound. Infrasound is known to cause intense psychological discomfort, nausea, and overwhelming panic attacks in humans. Result. Theories argue that sound drove the hikers. Yeah, shout out to Raccoon, cool people. So Raccoon said, so the biggest question I've been in avalanches before, it doesn't happen like this. Yeah, yeah, because if something else occurred besides hyperthermia or whatever else they're saying. And oh, really, Falcon? Okay, you definitely are good at. You're a good lookout from Arizona. Yeah, okay. I can imagine you're like a Falcon aircraft that's going. You definitely have very good diligence and good foresight. All right. The result: the theorists argue that the sound drove hikers into madness, fueled state, causing them to slash their tent and flee in terror, only to regain their senses too late to survive the sub-zero temperatures. The other theory is a mink or yeti attack. Local indigenous Manus people have legends of hairy forest giants called mink or inhabiting Kohat Saihako. You can't dig out an avalanche, even a tiny one. Snow is heavy AF. Yeah. Yes, Falcon, that would be a good idea. And oh yeah, Falcons are awesome. And when I saw this Falcon dude come in my chat, I was like, yeah, facts. A reliable person is here. The other people are reliable too. Everyone else is reliable as well, but still, the I was looking at our reliable new streaming uh, viewer we have, and yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Like, I can imagine a Falcon missile or a Falcon aircraft of some kind. Yeah, yeah, Raccoon. I agree with you about snow, and I'm not familiar with avalanches or anything like that, so I understand. I guess it's like hitting a brick wall of snow. It's so heavy you can't even move it. I got you. Oh, my pleasure, Falcon. Absolutely. So, photographic evidence. One of the last photos of the hikers' cameras shows a dark, blurry figure at the edge of the forest at some claim is a Yeti. Snowman note. The group left a satirical newspaper note saying, from now on, know that snowman exists, which some take literally as a sign that the encountered a creature. Yeah, bald eagles visit our pond every morning. The late husband told him. We'll shout to him. So they think it could be a snowman uh, from now, known as the snowman exists, literally sign that they encountered a creature. Yeah, it is freaky that there's some sort of cryptid thing that did that. External intervention. Some believe that orange spheres were UFOs that either intentionally attacked the group or caused an accidental harm through unknown energy. Even the original lead investigator, Lev Ivanov, stated in 1990 interview that believed UFOs played a role in death, and he had been pressured to exclude from 1959 report. Falcon said, "We had a wedge-tailed eagle, white belly sea eagles, in here in Tasmania." Oh, that's really cool. We had these birds in the Cascade Mountains that hunt insects in the air at dusk. They have echolation and make a strange sound. And the sound when they dive, I just love. I call them nighthawks. That's so cool. Mansi attack. Initially, Soviet authorities suspected the Mansi people might have murdered the hikers for trespassing on sacred land, or this was officially dismissed when medical examiner started the force required caused the internal injuries that was greater than any human could deliver. Raccoon said, "Animals don't eat tongues out of frozen people at 17,000 feet. You need oxygen 10,000 legally to survive or fly an aircraft. Animals go low to the valleys in water in winter." A very good point. So this was something else. It wasn't an animal. A sea eagle is a large bird of prey in the genus Halatius and specializes in hunting near bodies of water. There are about 10 recognized species globally, including well known bald eagle and white tailed eagle. I saw a northern gannets when I was in the coast earlier this week. First time, 6 foot wingspan. And when they dive for fish, it's a spectacular. Spectacular, right. Kuhn said, "As always, I don't have answers, but clearly it doesn't add up. The Russia is weird as F anyway." Yeah, I agree. Definitely. Heaviest eagle in the world, weighing up to 21. The stellar sea eagle. Let's put sea eagle up. White-tailed eagle. Europe's largest eagle, often called the Eurasian version of the bald eagle. It has a wingspan up to 8 feet. Bald eagle. Native only to North America, it is distinguished by its white head and tail as an adult. They have white hawk, which is quite elusive. The bald eagle, native only North America, is distinguished by white head and its tail as an adult. White bald sea eagle, common along the coast of Australia and Southeast Asia. It is a skilled hunter of the sea, snakes, and fish. We have red tail hawks, bald eagles, osprey falcons, and tiny falcons. All right. Let's see. Colorado, all I saw was vultures. You can't live at the high elevation. Right. Polarized version. They have powerful eyes that can see through glare of water's surface to spot fish swimming beneath. Non-slip feet. The bottoms of their toes are rug-hand and speculous to help them grip slippery prey like fish and eel. Yeah, that's gonna clean up roadkill. Oh, okay, I understand. There's a goshawk here. They're little hunters. The first time in Colorado, I went and had kids, and the first thought was, "Where are the animals and bugs?" And then I tried running. Oh, weird. White-bellied eagle, a formidable and iconic bird of prey found along the coastlines of India, Southeast Asia, and throughout Australia. Sea eagle is an apex of a predator who lives most of its life near the bodies of water. Oh yeah, they're intense. Scared. Adults, easily recognized by their striking white head, breast and belly constrained against a dark gray or slate colored wings. Back. In flight, their wings form a distinct V shape, and their black flight feathers are visible from below. Juveniles, younger birds are molted brown and can take up to 5 years to develop their full white and gray adult plumage size. They are second largest raptors in Australia, with massive wingspan reaching to 7.2 feet, 2.2 meters. So birds are of prey are insanely cool. Yeah, I agree. Right. They often hunt by flying low over water, extending their feet forward and snatching fish directly from the surface. And they are also known for kelptoparasitism, aggressively stealing food from other birds like ospreys or kites. Variety menu. While fish may bulk up their diet, they also eat sea snakes, turtles, and white birds, and mammals like fruit bats. The Harrier is cool. Inspiration from an aircraft. They flap their wings and hover before diving into the field of prey. Hydrodynamics of a B-2 stealth bomber. It matches the dive characteristics of a Paragoon Falcon. Okay, really cool. Oh, I could see it right there. The Mongami. These eagles typically, let's see, the bird holds a spiritual meaning for many indigenous Australian cultures, appearing in numerous folklore tales and totems for varieties of tribes. Oh, okay, a raccoon. Very good point. A grumpy faced eagle. The normal cruising speed ranges from 24 to 33 miles per hour. They reach staggering velocities when hunting. Speed in vertical stoop. They regularly exceed 200 miles per hour. Record. The highest reliable, reliable record. Recorded speed of a peregrine falcon is 242 miles per hour. I know raccoon, and the ancient descriptions of aircraft is very eerily is very eerie because it shows that they had the technology in the past to create these things. So that's why I definitely think it's existed before, especially from the extraterrestrials. Okay, the Vin. Okay, ancient texts from various cultures contain vivid technical descriptions of flying machines that some interpret as evidence of advanced flying, prehistoric technology, or external contact. Flying palaces to in India to bird-like gliders in Egypt tombs. Physical form, the Vimanas. Let's see, because the way to pronounce this correctly. The Vimana. Okay. Oh, thank you, Raccoon. Yeah, I would think it is very accurate. I see. The Vimana, physical form, they are described as beautifully decorated chariots or entire aerial cities capable of space travel. Some were saucer shaped, while others were cigar shaped, just like what people see today. Propulsion. Texts mention mercury vortex engines and energy derived from several gyroscopes and electricity. Capabilities. These crafts could achieve great speeds, hover, become invisible to enemies, and move land and air and water. The late 20th century, the text claims to be revealed the Vimanika of ancient aerospace technology dealing with 32 secrets for pilots, including maneuvering and concealment. The Saqqara bird of Egypt, found in a tomb in 1891, dating roughly 200 BC, the sycamore wood artifact bears a striking resemblance to a modern airplane. Aerodynamics. Unlike natural birds, it features a vertical tail fin and wings set to an angle designed for aerodynamic lift. Some experts like Dr. Kali Mish, uh, Messia argue that the scale model for monoplane computer simulation suggests that the horizontal subtilizer may have been lost. Design aligns perfectly with modern aeronautical principles. For reference, if you're in a fighter jet and 71 lights full afterburner is pulls away like in a jet doing 1700 knots, like they are parked, they launch into the stratosphere. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Biblical wheels of Ezekiel. In the Old Testament, the prophet Ezekiel described a vision of a wheel within a wheel that moved in four directions without turning. Mechanical interpretation. Ancient astronaut theorists suggested NASA engineer Joseph Firmich have interpreted this as a description of a spacecraft with ombretical wheels. Oh, Lori, scared. Raccoon said, I've seen a 71 hit full. It alloy expands and contracts to 9. The paint melts off every flight. I would think so. I didn't know that, but that makes sense. I think so. Visual details. The wheels were said to be full of eyes and accompanied by living creatures with wings, which some suggest represents complex rotating mechanisms in landing gear. Small golden aircrafts from the Quimbaya civilization, Columbia 300 to 1550 CE, are frequent cited evidence of ancient flights. Modern resemblance, originally thought to be stylized insects or birds. The figures feature upright tail fins, stabilizers, and delta wing shapes. Flight replicas. Modern researchers have allegedly created scale model bases based on the proportions of the fixed with engines. When I visited Uncle Waddle in Arizona, we drove to a base and asked if we could stop and watch a fighter jets fly, and they come out and not so politely tell us to leave. Ah, there's also a wild stuff about nuclear weapons in ancient work. Yes. Let's see. Ancient records from India contain descriptions of warfare and weaponry that bear haunting resemblance to modern nuclear technology. I agree, Lori. Yeah. Most famous nuclear descriptions come from the Mahabharata and Ramayana, epic Indian texts composed of thousands of years ago. They described weapons called the Bharamastra, often called the Iron Thunderbolt. I see raccoon. Blast. It is described as a single projectile charged with all the power of the universe, resulting in an incandescent column of smoke and flame. As bright 10,000 suns, radiation sickness. The text detail aftermath symptoms that mirror acute radiation poisoning, hair and nails falling out, birds turning white, and food becoming infected and poisonous after a few hours. Cleanup. Soldiers are described jumping into rivers to wash themselves in their armor similar to modern decimation protocols. You see, definitely these things had happened before. You know, J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita after the first successful Trinity test saying, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." The first test, when asked by the student if the Trinity test was the first nuclear explosion in history, Oppenheimer reportedly replied, "Yes, in modern times. This has led to many believe that he took the ancient descriptions of nuclear like war seriously." The Mohenjo Daro massacre. In ancient Indus Valley city, 44 skeletons were found scattered in the streets as if doom had come suddenly. Fringe reports from the 60s claim that the skeletons were 50 times more radioactive than normal. Thought modern peer review that it's very wild that they had radiation on them. Massive walls and foundations in ancient cities across India, Ireland, and Scotland appear vertified, turned to glass, and suggest exposure temperatures exceeding 2,700 Fahrenheit. Raccoon said, "Might be easier to just..." Yes. Yeah. The Oklo natural reactor, while not an ancient record, the sense of a written text, nature itself ran a nuclear reactor, the Oklo Gambon, 2 billion years ago. Discovery in 1972, French scientists found uranium samples that were depleted as if they had already been used as fuel. Mechanisms: precise geological um, conditions underground acting as modern and highly concentrated uranium 235 allowed sustained nuclear chain reaction to occur spontaneously for hundreds of thousands of years. Right. Now, we are going to start wrapping it up, and a little bit later, I'm going to do the Garden Live for that audience that people want to see. We'll be doing that soon. Right. And thank you all for coming and hanging out with us. It's been a good stream. Here. By the way, Raccoon, I appreciate the information you have provided for us. It's been very useful, and we've been learning a lot. And also, chat in general has been all of that has been going very good. Okay. So, see, we have anything else? Right. You figure JP4 burns 1900 to 220 Fahrenheit. Sand turns to glass at 3000. Oh, I see. Understand. Understood. Thank you. Figure the 20 JP4 burns at definitely those stones and rocks that they had were hit by something nuclear. Yeah. All right. Okay, so thank you all for coming hang out with us, and peace.